Okay, let's get going. This right here is part of a live stream series covering Summer BrainQuest Workbook for adventures between grades 3 and 4. Let's continue on with level 3A. Let's see. Okay, we already cleared that page and that page. And that page. And here we go. New material. Okay. Preparing for the worst. Read the passage, then look at each picture below and write the matching bold word or phrase about preparations for the severe weather. Ooh, good to know. All right, let's look at this. This says, science. So notice it's talking about words and phrases, which is typically ELA thing. And we actually went over that a bit. But specifically, this is science. Don't you just love STEAM education? I do. This is talking specifically about weather hazards. So in the science topic that we're covering, it's weather hazards. But in order to be able to talk about our weather hazard, we have to know some ideas about ELA. Here we go. It says upon completion, add this sticker to your path on the map. A science sticker. That's a bonus. There's no brain box. Let's just start it up. Severe weather can cause problems. Hard rain can cause rivers to overflow and flood nearby cities. High winds can damage buildings and crops. Extreme temperatures can cause fires and endanger the lives of people, animals, and plants. But people can also prepare for bad weather and prevent some of the effects. Lightning rods can harness and direct the power of lightning strikes. Sandbags piled on riverbanks can raise the banks and keep nearby communities safe from rising waters. Hedges and windbreaks can protect crops and yards from high winds. Buildings can also be built with weather-resistant features that make them better able to withstand extreme temperatures and harsh storms. Well, seems like that's something we're going to need to get more of, and a lot, and soon. Anyway, let's see. Let's see which one of these pens still work. That's always a fun question. Okay, so in this case, we have issues that's lined out. Then it says the thing where it talks about some of the things that be used against those issues. So effectively, solutions. So problems, solutions. So let's think about that. So first it talks about severe weather as a general thing. Then it goes into some examples of the severe weather. The first one that it gives is hard rain. Will this work? Nope. If you're at all interested in this book or any other information about study stuff, I do have a link in the description. Some health and beauty recommendations too. Hard rain. These are great pens. I just used them all when I was in grad school. It's my problem. Hello, Kanji Khan. Kanji Khan said hi. Well, hello again. Let's see. Okay, this is working for now. We'll see how much longer. So we got hard rain. And something that you can point to. Well, let's do it this way. There's hard rain. Then the next thing they mention is high winds. Then the next thing they mention is extreme temperatures. This is especially important considering, well, technically all of those are important. We're in a bad state of affairs right now. Maybe it'll get better, hopefully, in enough time. All right, so kanji said, darn nice with the heart. Oh, thank you. Very kind of you to say that. Okay, let's see. So then, specifically, they're talking about fires. So when we think in terms of hard rain, we can look for a solution. In this case, hard rains, they said could result in flooding, which is why it's good to have the sandbags. Then they also mentioned lightning rods. That's something that is helpful for the rain also. Because a lot of time when you're dealing with rain, you're also dealing with lightning. Sometimes lightning just happens by itself, but that's kind of in addition. Then it talks about hedges and windbreaks. Those help out for the wind issues, so the high winds. So with that linked, let's go ahead and figure out what the questions are and what the answers are. I usually like to try to figure out key points right away before going into the questions and answers, because sometimes just running through the main details of a specific source will give you some kind of hints that will help for those. I used to like to do it the other way, where I used to like to look at the questions and refer back, but sometimes it's just quicker to understand what the main issue, like the main parts of the piece are, and then do it that way. So here we go. So this says rising floodwaters in the Nile River. Okay, so again, in this part, it said, read the passages and look at each picture below and write the matching word or phrase about provisions for the severe weather. So in this case, the thing that would help with the weather, that is the hard rains, which leads to the flood, the thing that helps with that is the sandbags. So we're going to write in sandbags. Then we have here the picture of the rain, the wind. It says a windstorm on farmland. Oh, look, we saw high winds. That pointed to hedges and windbreaks. Oh, we could write down one of those things or both of those things. In my case, I'll just say windbreaks. You could have said hedges, or you could have said hedges and windbreaks. Then we have this right here. This is a thunderstorm. And notice that it's lightning coming down to create a fire. So in this case, the best way to avoid the fire is to do something with that lightning. And here's the high rains that led to lightning that can be fixed with lightning rods. So lightning rods it is. Lightning rods. Okay, so then we have our bonus. It says, how might a chariot driver prepare his chariot for a flood? Great question. So, that is a great question. it depends. Is he trying to just store the chariot, or is he trying to drive the chariot? It doesn't seem like it would make any sense for the chariot driver to be trying. It's just like how it doesn't make much sense in trying to drive in the rain. Like, if you have to, you have to, okay. But, like, don't go and have unnecessary driving time in rain time. And it seems applicable for the chariot driver too, especially since the horses, they're not going to want to play nice with the rain time. They're going to want to chill at their stable. They're going to throw a fit if they have to go out in the rain and it's tumultuous enough. And when they start throwing a fit, you get thrown too. So the question would be, how would we deal with, let's see. So the chariot driver, it says specifically for flood, so we don't really have to worry about lightning in this case. We could think about that, but that would be in addition to, not any, instead of. So again, hello, Adson Jana. This right here is Summer BrainQuest Workbook for adventurers between grades 3 and 4. We're just going through it for, summertime, and anybody who needs a refresher on basics, it's kind of good for that. Or if someone's looking for something to do with a young student in their life and wants to have a how to help with that, that's kind of what this is. Okay, so it's mostly what this is. It's definitely what this is. So that being said, we are still thinking about what could help our chariot driver during a flood. So apparently it does say buildings can also be built with weather resistant features that make them better able to withstand extreme temperature and harsh storms. So maybe there's something. Okay, in this case, it's like, there might not be sandbags would help in the situation that the chariot driver lives in an area. So, sure, he could make sure that he stores his chariot in a place that has sandbags to keep it safe. And he would likely want to do that same thing with his horses, because again, horses don't exactly like being spooked, and having water in random places they're not expecting is a great way to scare horses. So he may surround his chariot and horses, like the area that where he stores. Okay. The chariot driver may surround see, that wouldn't necessarily. That's a good question, because if you surround, you still have to have an out for the water. The goal is to not allow the water to come in, but also have an out. So what you might want to do is create some kind of platform that raises the chariot and also his horses up higher. Okay, we gotta think about a third or fourth grade answer though. Sometimes I overthink things. Let's see. What's a good third or fourth grade answer for this one? Severe weather can cause severe problems. Hard rain can cause rivers to overflow and flood nearby cities. High winds can damage buildings and crops. Extreme temperatures can cause fires and endanger lives of people, animals, and plants. But people can also prepare for bad weather and prevent some of its effects. Lightning rods can harness and direct the power of lightning strikes. Sandbags piled on river banks can raise the banks and keep nearby communities safe from rising waters. Hedges and windbreaks can protect crops and yards from high winds. Buildings can also be built with weather-resistant features that make them better able to withstand extreme temperatures and harsh storms. Hello, Becky828 Sherko. Okay, so he could implement sandbags, but he'd also have to implement a platform with some kind of way for the water to get drained. Okay. So the idea being sandbags, platform, and drain. Some kind of draining system. That would be a good way to try and deal with flood. So the chariot driver could store his chariot and stable on a raised platform one side could the platform could be protected by sandbags on one side and draining the platform would benefit from the platform would could be protected by sandbags and have some kind of have some draining ability. The platform could be protected by sandbags at least on one side. And have at least one drain. So again, how might a chariot driver prepare his chariot for a flood? The chariot driver could store his chariot and stable on a raised platform. The platform could be protected by sandbags at least one on at least by protected by sandbags on at least on at least one side and have at least one drain. Okay, so then I can get this bonus sticker and put that on my map. Yay. Okay. So I can get the sign sticker and the bonus sticker. Okay. We're in level 3A. That's the sign sticker and that's the bonus sticker. I want to get those from stickers. I'm going to place them on the map in the 3A area. I'm going to do. So the book recommends to take the map out, but I like making sure I know where the map is. That's the sign sticker. All right, putting that in the science spot. Now time to get the bonus sticker. At the chariot guy, who hopefully will have a nice raised area to be able to store his stuff nicely and not be silly enough to go driving around in the rain, especially really harsh rain. That's just not smart, especially when we're talking about horses. Horses don't like all that. Okay, 3A. Oops, this one's a little tricky. It's a good thing this map is easy to get the stickers off if you need to right away. I don't know if they've been sitting there for a while, but at least when they haven't been sitting there for a while. Okay, here we go. I put on my stickers. That is the science sticker I just put on, and then the bonus sticker for the chariot. All right, let's continue on. Next up is page 36. All right. Here we go. So this is a social studies sticker. Specifically, this is about chronology and timelines. Time in Troy. Study the events on the timeline. The number the scenes of a story in the correct order. Okay. Any brain box? No. Chronology and time. Upon completion, add these stickers to your path on the map. So 2 social studies stickers. Here we go. First, we have something that looks like chariot, archer, and then people up at the top holding things. So there's weapons here, so that's probably also weapons up there. Then over here we have the horse being made. Then over here we have some of the people with the spears getting in the horse. Then over here we have the horse and a boat hanging out nearby. Over here we have the horse going into a wall, like this same wall. Then we have nighttime and fire and fighting. Okay. So again, study the events of the timeline, the number, the scenes of the story in the correct order. Okay, so this is one about these group A being stuck outside of the gate while group B is hanging out. This is 2, which is group A is making a horse. This is 3, which is group A is getting into the horse. This is 4, which is group A is in the horse and at the wall. And this is group 5. Number 5, which is the horse that has group A in it, is being escorted into the wall. And then 6 is the fight. So they already give you one. They say, for many years, Greece and Troy. So in this case, we're talking about Greece being B and Troy being A. Greeks are B. Greeks are B. Trojans are A. Greeks are B. Troy is A. A for the Trojans. B for the Greeks. B for the Greeks. A for the Trojans. All right. So, for number 1, it says, For many years, B and A were at war. The whole Greek army was stopped outside Troy's city gates. But no matter what they did, the Greeks couldn't get in the city. I always heard that the other way. Like, the idea of the Trojan horse was that the Trojans were the one who gifted the horse. But regardless, one is how somebody was stuck out of the city, and that's a match. So the next thing is somebody built a horse. So find the one that talks about the horse getting built. Usually you want to look for the keyword, in this case, horse. Oh, they built a horse. Oh, that's number 2. That's what's next. Then number 3 is talking about they got into the horse. So we already have that and that. So this says sailing, but that's later. A ship comes later. Oh, here. But the hollow belly of the horse didn't stay empty for long. When the horse was finished, many of the Greeks' strongest fighters hid inside. Oh, that checks out. Okay, that's a 3. Okay. So we have 1, 2, 3 options left. Next up is the selling. Oh, I remember selling. So this is sailing away and bringing things in. Oh, no, this is bringing things in. So it's not that. Then the remaining Greek soldiers left the filled horse outside the city gates of Troy as a gift, got into their boats, and pretended to sail away. Oh, okay. This is what's matching up with the ship. So this is number 4. And this we already know is the aftermath of them bringing it in, which is number 5. And to check out that this is actually 6, this is talking about in the nighttime, which is match up with what is going on in the picture. So that's definitely number 6. So that's how you do that. So I need to get 2 social studies stickers. I want to get my stickers. Sorry. Okay. Okay, I'm in the sticker section. All right, we need 2 social studies stickers. That's 1. Going to the map. Going to the map. Okay. Okay, putting it on. Nice. That would be right there. That's where I need it. All right. That's as close as I can get that. Or maybe I could try again. I love how easy it is to unstick that, at least for a little bit. All right, 9, another sticker. Okay, that's this other social studies sticker. Okay, now I gotta put that on my map. So again, 3A, social studies, social studies. That's where it goes. Okay. Next up. Okay, here we go. Okay, back to math. Okay, master multiplication. Write an equation to solve each word problem. So, this is math, and the topic is multiplication word problems. Upon completion, add the sticker to your path on the map. Green box. Factor, factor, product. Factor times factors equals product. You multiply factors to get a product. Here we go. Each chimera has 2 horns. Oh. Each chimera has 2 horns. If there are 6, which means 2 times 1, or the number of horns per chimera. So, if we, instead of 1, have 6 chimeras, that makes it 2 times 6, otherwise known as 2 times 1 times 6. So the question then becomes, how many horns are there in all? So if we take our 2, we times it by our 6, we end up with 12. That's how many there are in all. Okay, each chimera has 1 tail. Okay, 1 tail. If there are 12 chimeras, how many tails are there altogether? Oh, okay. We already went over how 2 times 1 is equal to 2. Same thing applies for 12 times 1 because of the multiplication rule of 1, which is any integer, probably even any rational number too. Either way, if you multiply 1, you get that number right back. So 12. Okay. Each chimera has 8 claws. Okay. The first factor is 8. Because we might as well write it in the order they give it. How many claws do 7 chimeras have? Oh, 7 equals, 8 times 7 is 56. So, if a chimera has 8 claws, and there are 7 chimeras, there are 56 claws. Each chimera has 4 spikes on its tail. 4 spikes. How many spikes do 10 chimeras have altogether? 10 chimeras. Okay. 4 times 10. That's a fun time because 10 has a rule of 1 and a rule of 0. Again, rule of 1 is anything that you multiply by 1, you get back again. Rule of 0 is your 0. So in this case, it's as easy as just saying, here's the 4 I knew I got back, and here's a 0 because 0 makes everything go poof. So 4 times 10 equals 40 spikes. If you have 4 spikes and 10 chimeras, that's 40 spikes. All right, bonus. Write a word problem about a mythological creature that can be solved using the equation 6 times 4 equals 24. Let's think about that. Let's see. So I think you're using chimeras. And chimeras is fine, but I could do something other than a chimera. Let's see. What makes sense? I want to say Pegasus, but I think there's only like one Pegasus. Let's see. We could... Centaur? Doesn't that count? Isn't Centaur mythological? Let's see. Okay, so then what about centaur? It would make sense. I don't know. That's a good question. It's like Medusa. I feel like there's just one Medusa, so I can't really go for multiple Medusas when there's just the one. Because they said 6 times 4, so it has to be something that can be duplicated. Um, oh, braids? Sure. So, sirens, those are mythological creatures. So let's say that there were 6 sirens, as in those mythological creatures were like mermaids in Odysseus as part of the Odyssey, and they sung a beautiful song, and it kind of like swayed any male voyager toward them, and then they wrecked the boats. So let's say they had 4 braids, and there were 6 of them, something like that. So each siren has 4 braids, some kind of way. How many braids do 6 sirens? I could just say mermaid do and put a slash just in case anyone's confused about what I'm talking about. That's one thing I learned is don't go confusing the grader if at all possible. Okay, so again, it says bonus, write a word problem about a mythological creature that can be solved using the equation 6 times 4 equals 24. So I said each mermaid slash siren has 4 braids. How many braids do 6 mermaid slash sirens have altogether? So now I can get my math sticker and also my bonus sticker. Let's do that. Okay. Here's the math sticker. Then on the map. All right. I could do better. Line that up a little bit better. Okay. And then get the bonus sticker. Yeah, there's the bonus sticker. Put him on the map. or her. I don't know. Something. Hard to say. Hard to say. Okay, so let's see. This is where I just put the mouse sticker. I'm glad I put that in the bonus area over that bonus sticker in that area because they only give you so much room to put things. I don't think I could put this in. Oh, yeah, I can't. Okay, put that. Did I get that okay? Yes, that actually fit great. Nice. That way this is free in case I need it for some other thing. Woo. So we're filling this out nice. So that was the start. We got right through one. I couldn't quite do the outside thing yet, so I can't get that last thing, but I will at least do all the activities I can do. So then we came all the way through here. And we started 3A. And now we're going to try to finish 3A. We only got a bit more to go. Okay, so next up is sunny seasons. Oh, fun. Okay, let's put that on. Okay, sunny seasons. Read the text, then answer each question. This is science, specifically seasons. Upon completion, add the sticker to your path on the map. Science sticker. No brain box. Okay. So we're going to read, then we're going to look for things that stand out, and then we're going to go ahead and answer the questions. All of the planets in the solar system orbit the sun, including Earth. Earth takes 365.26 days to complete its orbit around the sun, which is how we measure 1 Earth year, which is why we get leap years and all that every 4 years, because of that 0.26. Earth also rotates on its axis at the same time. It takes Earth 24 hours to make one full rotation on its axis. Axis. Which is how we measure 1 Earth day. Earth's axis is also tilted, so different parts of the planet lean toward the warm sun at different times of the year. The direction of the tilt toward or away from the sun causes the 4 seasons: winter, spring, summer, and fall. Earth is divided into sections called hemispheres. Using the equator as a divider and northern hemisphere. Using the equator as a divider, the northern hemisphere is the land and water to the north, while the southern hemisphere is the area to the south. Summer occurs in one hemisphere that is closest to the sun's light and heat. Winter occurs in the one hemisphere. I forgot to say that. I gotcha. In the one hemisphere that is farthest from the sun. So, while it is summer in the northern hemisphere, it is winter in the southern hemisphere. All right. So, key things to note. That's how many days there are. 24 hours. That's how many hours there are. What else? We have axis, which is tilted. That's important information. I'm sure going to come up in questions. And then we can pretty much use this map for whatever questions might have to do with southern and northern. Northern and southern. Okay, here we go. Question 1. Mars takes 687 days to orbit the sun. How long is a year on Mars? I mean, here's the thing. Here's the thing. It takes 365.26 days for Earth to orbit the sun. So that's why we have 365 most years, 365 days. But then on that fourth year, we have 366 because of the leap years. So if the number of days that it takes for Earth to rotate or orbit around the sun is 365-ish, and if that number of days the rotation happens is equal to a year, that means it takes 365-ish days for Earth's year. So using that example when speaking in terms of Mars, that means since it takes Mars 687 days to orbit the sun, we can definitely say that there are 687 days in a year on Mars. Okay. Let's write that. Nice. A year on Mars is 687 days. Okay. Okay, then let's look. So again, a year on Mars is 687 days. Okay, what is the season in Los Angeles, California in January and why? So, like I said, picture. So Los Angeles in this case is above the equator, and January means that it is well, we know it's colder. Why? We know it's colder. Obviously, it's colder. It's in the northern hemisphere. All right. It says summer occurs in the hemisphere that is closest to the sun's light and heat, and winter occurs in the one hemisphere that is farthest from the sun. So we could say effectively that in January, Los Angeles is in the hemisphere that is furthest from the sun by using their own logic that they put in there. That's what we could say. It's kind of hard to I guess we're seeing that this is Los Angeles. But again, technically speaking, they're saying it's northern versus southern. So instead of wasting all this time trying to make this visual image make sense, it just makes more sense to say, hey, in January, Los Angeles is part of the northern hemisphere. In January, the northern hemisphere is the land that's farthest from the sun. That would be the way to read it. Okay, so let's write that nice. Because although it's not like cold, it is technically still winter. So, the season in Los Angeles, California in January is winter. Because Los Angeles is in the northern hemisphere. Oh, the axis. That's why it's furthest based on the axis. But technically speaking, according to what it says in the actual text, we're talking about the fact that it is in the northern hemisphere. Is winter because Los Angeles is in the northern hemisphere, and winter is, and the southern hemisphere winter occurs in the one hemisphere that is farthest from the sun, and the northern is furthest away from the sun. Okay. So, okay. So, what is the season in Los Angeles, California in January, and why? The season in Los Angeles, California in January is winter because Los Angeles is in the northern hemisphere, and the northern hemisphere is farthest from the sun. In January. What is the season in Canberra, Australia in January, and why? So the opposite of what we said about Los Angeles. So literally just write everything the same aside from putting in the name Canberra, Australia, and then instead of saying northern, put southern. The season in Canberra, Australia in January. This is erasable. If you make a mistake, it's okay to erase it. It's a beautiful thing about erasable pens. Even if they aren't erasing super great, if they're still noticeably erased, it comes in handy. January. Because even some pencils won't give you perfect erasing. So in January is summer because Canberra, Australia is in the southern hemisphere and the you gotta switch farthest to closest. Summer, the southern hemisphere is closest to the sun in January. Okay, again, this is the season in Canberra, Australia in January is summer because Canberra, Australia is in the southern hemisphere, and the southern hemisphere is closest to the sun in January. All right, how does the Earth's tilt affect the seasons? So if you go back to the text about tilted, Earth's axis is also tilted. So different parts of the planet lean toward the warm sun at different times of the year. The direction of the tilt toward or away from the sun causes the four seasons: winter, spring, summer, and fall. So effectively, this part here, the direction of the tilt toward or away from the sun causes the four seasons, and then that would be fine to just put a period after that part. Okay. The direction of Earth's, or the Earth's causes the four seasons. Okay. Here's what we got. The direction of the Earth's tilt causes the four seasons. Okay, we get our science sticker and put it on the map. That's the map. That's stickers. We're in 3A. We're going for the science. Yay, got it. Put it on the map. We are now here. Yay. Close enough. Yay. All right. Next up is the social studies. This is Summer BrainQuest Workbook for adventurers between grades 3 and 4. Details in the description for this book, but also other STEAM education things, and also just some health and beauty recommendations. Okay, next up. It is back to school. I do have some thoughts. I, at least currently, am a Walmart creator, so I did spend some time hanging out at a Walmart, checking out some of the back to school items. Didn't get through many, kind of made it live. Gonna have to make that public at some point. All right, next up. Page 40. Finding your way. Look at the map of ancient Troy. Then answer each question. All right. So the topic, the social studies topic we are learning about is direction and distance. Upon completion, add the sticker to your path on the map. Well, let's take a globe. Bonus. If Troy existed today, in what country would it be located? We'll think about that later. All right. So, I don't see the boot, so it's not Italy. I feel like Middle East, but anyway, let's focus. So we have the Aegean Sea here, and their notable body of water here is the Propontis Sea, and there does seem to be some kind of connecting by some kind of strait between the Aegean Sea and the Propontis Sea, but it doesn't really care to tell us what that's called. Same thing goes for some kind of strait channel that links what looks to be a river to the Propontis Sea. Thankfully, we only have to actually care about what's going on here to answer the questions properly. We do have our compass, cardinal, whatever your favorite is, N, E, S, W, never eat shredded wheat, north, east, south, and west. So, the most southernmost, Isis is the southernmost city. The northernmost city appears to be Cestus. But if we're talking in terms of just groups, this appears to be like an isthmus. So we have Cestus and Elias on that side, and on the other side of the water, the northernmost city here is Percote, and the actual southernmost still appears to be Assus, but Assus is also the southernmost coastal city of just thinking in terms of this group. Troy is there, about halfway, and also close to water. Okay, great. To reach Elenus from Troy, which direction must you travel? Okay, here is Troy. Here is Elias. You have to go to the left. The left means west. West. Writing complete sentences is great practice even when you're doing social studies. Okay. You must travel west to reach Elias from Troy. All right. To reach, you must travel west to reach Elias from Troy. From Troy, is it farther to reach Darnus or Antidrus? Okay, there is Troy. When looking in terms of this dot to that dot, that is a shorter distance than that dot to that dot. So, from Troy, it is farther to reach Antidrus. Okay. I must have on my period, so I gotta try that one again. Okay. Hold on. From Troy, it is farther to reach Antidus. Okay. Which cities require crossing the river to reach them from Troy? Oh, so they're saying that's a river? Okay, sure. So, this is Troy, and the only two that are separated by water from Troy are those two. So, Cestus and Elias. It's just quicker to do the order from northernmost to southernmost, but you could technically do whatever order you wanted to. Cestus and Elias require Oh, that doesn't say anything about river. It just said water. I don't know what I'm thinking. Require details about these cool pens that are erasable are in the storefront. Link in the description. Cestus, it's in the study skills collection. Cestus and Elias require crossing water to reach them from Troy. Okay. I guess that was good timing because I kind of needed the phone anyway. All right. Cestus and Elinus require crossing water to reach them from Troy. Which city is north of Percote? So which one is just above Percote? In this case, Cestus is the only dot that is higher up than the dot for Percote. So Cestus is north of Percote. Could be Percote. I don't know. The beautiful thing about Greek or Latin or anything in ancient times like that is you don't really have to know how it's said. Just identify what the word is. That's why I took Latin. No speaking required. No separate speaking. North of Percorte. Granted, I learned a lot about taking Latin that I ended up later convincing myself to get into computer science with. So, oh, here you go. And all in all, I think it was a good choice. Hard to say. We'll see. Okay. This is north of Percote. Or Percote. Okay. Which journey would we take longer? Traveling from Cestus to Elias or from Troy to Lyrnessus? Something like that. Okay. So, Cestus to Elias. Or Troy to... Oh yeah, that's obviously a bigger line. Okay. Troy to Lyrnessus. Okay. Traveling from Troy to Lyrnessus would take longer. And we just did a line test. See, yes, this does have a key, but I can fill in gaps. Keys can't do that. It's kind of like those OfferUp commercials where, oh, boxes can blah, but can they... Here we go. Bonus. If Troy existed today, in what country would it be located? Okay, so Aegean Sea, Propontis Sea. This is screaming Middle East to me. And it kind of just depends on where Aegean Sea is. So let's take a little discovery mission. Let's go do some research. Yay. I like research. All right. So, fun, handy tools that come in handy and are fun. That's what I like. Those are great things. Roots. So, Aegean Sea. That's what we're looking for. And then that other body of water also would be great. I wouldn't have to look it up, but I have to because they don't give any good specifiers. Like, I don't know how many of those cities are still around. But I do know the bodies of water are still around. But I don't remember which bodies, if it's not Middle East. I'm leaning toward Middle East, but I'm not 100. So, handy thing that is handy is Google Earth. Google Earth is so handy. I wish more people would learn about Google Earth. I think Google Earth is a fun time. Fun time, not for just looking at things on Earth, but also things like satellites. And these days they have like Mars rover simulations and this and that. It's like, wow, fun. All right. We're just gonna, no, I don't want to right now. Learn more. I'm not interested. Can we not? I got things to do. No, can we now? Okay, get started. I got things to do. All right, so we're here at new project, and we're just going to do that. And all we're going to do is look up Aegean Sea. Aegean Sea, beautiful first entry. And it's going on nice, and it's going in there. Super great. Then we're going to look around for another body of water. Specifically, we're supposed to be looking for Percote. Is that the body of water we're looking for? This is now called the Sea of Marmara. So it's possible they changed up the name. The idea is to look around and see if there's anything else that makes sense. So this is the Adriatic Sea, and this is the Ionian Sea. So effectively, the only way to verify, it seems likely that this is what we're talking about. But the best way to verify that this is the one we're talking about, but under a different name, is if I were to type in that name. So if I added in, let's see, if I pinned the C, I put a pin, I put a little place mark right there for the Aegean Sea. I'm gonna have a nice little stroll back on over and look up that name because I forgot, because my brain is like, oof. Okay, we're looking it up. So this is called the Propontis Sea, at least back then. Propontis. Very Latin sounding, Propontis. Okay, Propontis. First, let's say enter a placeholder. Then we're going to go ahead and look up Propontis. That doesn't seem to exist anymore. Propintus. propentus. So the fact that it doesn't seem to be named seems like it did in fact have a change, where it's the same body of water but under a different name. But let me just double check my spelling. No, it's propontis. Ooh. Okay, let's try that. All I gotta do is switch one of those I's to a O. Propontis. Ooh, let's try it. Propontis. See if new things. Oh, and I gotta put that U to an I. Oh, look. I put in propontis and yeah, and still, what it now tells me is yes, in fact, that did get updated to the C of Mars. So we are actually talking about the exact same area as in the workbook. Oopsie. So am I correct? This is the Middle East. I don't know. Let's see. So this is definitely the two bodies of water in the workbook. Okay, I'll just get the book then. All right. Okay. Okay, so when trying to determine the area of this area in ancient times compared to modern day, there is Aegean Sea and there is something called Propontis Sea. There is the Aegean Sea, and that is what used to be called Propontis Sea, but now is called the Sea of Marmara. Okay, so that's where we're at. So now all we have to do is figure out what in the world this area is now, called now. And that's why it's a bonus, because you are really genius and you know exactly what that is, which remains to be seen. Oh, that's interesting. So this right here says the Sea of Marmara, also known as, oh, and this is Google Earth. The Sea of Marmara, also known as the Sea of Marmara, or the Marmara Sea, is a small inland sea entirely within the borders of Turkey. It links the Black Sea and the Aegean Sea via the Bosporus and Dardanelles Straits. I was saying there was likely straits involved. Separating Turkey's European and Asian sides. Okay, great. So this we just learned is all Turkey, all around this sea. So then the question becomes, are any of these cities also now, can we identify that based on that image and this image? Can we make the case? Yeah, apparently. Because this used to be called Propontis Sea, now it's called the Sea of Marmara. And according to this, Turkey fully borders. So the entirety of the inland sea, the entirety of it is bordered by Turkey. So this is all Turkey. So if Troy exists today, in what country would it be located? Turkey. Okay. I was way off. I had no idea that was part of Turkey. Okay, cool. This is why learning is a fun time to do, even when it involves research. Okay. We got an answer. Let's go and put in our answer and continue on. Yay. Turkey, Turkey. That's Turkey. Oh. Good to know. How close Turkey is to the Middle East? I feel like it's somewhere around there, but they did say country, not region. So I was wrong because they said country. The Middle East is not a country. No. Okay, here we go. So I was ballparking, but not exact, therefore wrong. Wrong. Okay, next up, let's get those stickers. Oh, actually, let's write turkey. All right. Turkey. That is where it would be if it existed today. Turkey, that means I can get this sticker and that sticker and put it on the map. Here we go. Let's get those stickers. Finishing up 3A, that's the plan. What to do past that? If I feel like it, I think I'll go back to 3B. The only rules for how to do things is you have to fill something all the way. You have to complete the whole thing before you go to the next thing. In my case, I'm not trying to do the outside activity time because I can't. This is on-screen things. I have to do everything I can do on screen. So first thing is first, get my map. There's a map. Put on the social studies sticker. That would be this one right here. That's a sticky sticker. Makes sense. Oof. All right, here we go. Great. Next up, got to put the bonus sticker on. All right, there's our little warrior type. Let's get them up nice. Put them on the map. Hello? Hey there, come on over. You gotta get to the map. Okay, here we go. Here's the map, here's the map, here's the map, here's the map. Let's put in our little fighter. There we go. Next up's the ELA. Let's go. All right, right here. This is which works. Fill in the relative pronoun or relative adverb to complete the story. So this ELA, the subtopic is relative pronouns and relative adverbs. Upon completion, add the sticker to your path on the map. One of the pencil ones. Brain box. A relative pronoun such as who, whom, whose, that, and which relates to another noun or a pronoun in a sentence. A relative adverb such as where, when, and why is an adverb that introduces a relative clause. A dependent clause that functions like an adjective. All right. We have that, whose, when, where, who, why, whom. According to the definitions they gave, whose, who, and whom are all relative pronouns. Also that, and the relative clause, and the relative adverbs are when, where, and why. All right. Now is the moment. I would say the best candidate is that. So in this case, we're using the relative pronoun that. We need a hero, but who relative pronoun who can help us. You may wonder, oh, because usually the best way to answer a sentence, a question, the best question to answer the because is a why question. So we need the relative adverb why. Why? Because only a brave warrior can save our city from the sea monster. It must be someone. Bravery is unquestionable, so we need a relative pronoun. Oh, always check this. Always do a count. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 options, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 blanks. So it's likely one per. So we can always put a little check next to the ones that we do something with. That, why, who. So in this case, it's whose, because they're talking about an attribute of a person. So again, it's a relative pronoun. In this case, bravery is the adjective. Okay. It must be someone for blank. No, challenge is too hard. For whom? Because they're talking about the ability of the person to deal with the challenge. It wouldn't hurt if she or he had a shield. Blank could turn an enemy to stone. If I was writing this, I'd say which, but I don't think that's what I would write, but that's not an option. So let's keep that in the back of our mind for now. If someone will rescue us, our city will be the home. She or he can live forever. Okay. I don't know why I marked where, because that wasn't what we did yet. But now it is. So where? Now I can mark it. Okay. So we haven't used, oh, I was trying to mark whose. We haven't used when. So let's double check. Now is the moment. When. Moment, when. That is down there. Again, erasable is very helpful. That. And that is when. So I just had to put that down and instead write when in the first blank. Now let's read nice. It should make sense. That's always a good check. If it doesn't make sense, something is off. Like, this should be pretty much your last check, but if something's off, you gotta just keep on trying to see what's off. Now is the moment when we need a hero. But who can help us? That sounds lovely. You may wonder why we need help. Sounds great. Because only a brave warrior can save our city from the sea monster. It must be someone whose bravery is unquestionable. Yes. It must be someone for whom no challenge is too hard. It wouldn't hurt if he or she had a shield that could turn an enemy to stone. If someone will rescue us, our city will be the home where she or he can live forever. Nice. Sounds perfect. Let's get our sticker. All right. Let's get our sticker. Let's get our sticker. Ooh, 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 ooh. All right. 2 activities left. Technically, we just got one done with one. So, 1 activity left. All right. Here's the sticker. Right there. Put it on the map. Put on the map. Put on the map. Okay. So we are clearing out the rest of 3A. That means this goes here. That's the idea. Hello. Go and stay go. Ah, that's my finger. It's not the map. Ah, smushy sticker. Okay, that's better. All right, there we go. I have one last thing to do, and it is a math. Yay. All right. Math. Okay. Ooh, it's fun. All right, not there yet, though. We are on math time. That's the math we're on. Okay, here we go. Nights divided. Oh, no. Solve each word problem. Write an equation and the quotient. The quotient is the answer you get from doing a dividing problem. Division. Yeah, sure. Division, word problems. Upon completion, add the sticker to your path on the map. Mathy 1. Anything I need to know? No. Okay. 40 nights. Sit at round tables. If each table fits 8 nights, how many tables are there? 48. All right, let's go over how the kids today are learning division. Ooh. So, we have 40. Let's see if this works. Oh, my stuff is old. 40. That's the number 40. I don't know. It might be backwards. Let me check. That's definitely backwards. All right. So, if we have 8 tables, 1. No, what? 8 nights? Oh, 8 nights. How many tables? Okay, hold on. 8 nights per table. Oh, okay. It's just kind of opposite what I did last time. All right. Here's table 1. We throw in 8 nights. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. When we do that, 40 minus 8 is 32. Our new number is 32. Let's fill up another table. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. I have a new number, 32 minus 8, which is 24. Let's fill up another table. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, we have a new number, 24 minus 8, 16. Let's fill up another table. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, we have a new number. 16 minus 8 is 8. Let's fill up another table. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, we have a new number. 8 minus 8 is 0. No more nights to fill tables with. All right. How many tables? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's how many. So what that looks like in writing as an equation is 40 divided by 8. 40 divided by 8 equals 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, if a knight has 48 arrows and uses 6 arrows in each battle, how many battles can he fight before he runs out of arrows? Okay, let's see. How many? Questions. All right, first off, racer. For racing. Okay, so you got yourself 48. That's the starting number. He uses 6 arrows per battle. Let's fill up the first battle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, new number. 48 minus 6 is 42. New battle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, new number. 42 minus 6 is 36. There are still arrows. More battles. Oh, 6 again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. New number. 36 minus 6 equals 30. New battle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, new number. 30 minus 6 equals 24. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ooh, happy. New number. 24 minus 6 equals 18. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And a new battle. New number. 18 minus 6, 12. New battle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah, new number. 12 minus 6 is 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, 6 minus 6 is the new number of 0. No more arrows. Oh, let's count the battles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, okay. So if we start off with 48 and we have to use 6 per battle, there can be 8 battles. Oh. So what that looks like, and ready, boom. Boom is the following. 48 is your divisor, dividend. Either way, your first number you put on. In this level of math, it's the biggest number, 48. Then you put your 6. And we found out that that is 8 battles. That's number 8. All right, if a group of 42 knights on horseback lines up in rows of 6 knights, how many rows of knights are there? 42, 6. Those are the numbers we need to know. All right. Erasing. Erasing. Okay. Okay. So 42 is the starting number. So we're talking about rows. And there are 6 knights per row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. New number. 42 minus 6 equals 36. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's another row. 36 minus 6. Sounds familiar. 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, okay. 30 minus 6 is 24. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, new number. 24 minus 6. 18. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, 18 minus 6. New number. That is 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. New number. 12 minus 6 equals 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, cool. New number is going to be 0 because 6 minus 6 is 0. That means we could stop there because there's no more knights to put in a row. All right, let's see. How many rows? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, beautiful. So, how to write that as an equation? 42 divided by 6 equals 7 rows. Each knight owns 2 shields. There are 18 shields in the castle shed. How many knights are inside the castle? Each knight owns 2. There are 18 shields in the castle shed. Oh, that's the one we have to start with. 18. And each knight has 2. Okay, let's do that. Let's erase. And then figure out that. So, the shed has 18 shields. That's a 1 and an 8. And each knight owns 2. So here's knight 1. But there are 2. Oh, 18 minus 2 is 16. And now they put there 2. Oh, 16 minus 2 is 14. Now that's there 2. 14 minus 2 is 12. And there 2. 12 minus 2 is 10. And there 2. 10 minus 2 is 8. And there 2 is 8 minus 2 is 6. And there 2. 6 minus 2 is 4. 4 minus 2 is 2. 2 minus 2 is 0. We stop. Okay, assuming I was paying attention, let's see if this is right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 18 divided by 2 equals 9. All right, let's write that down. Okay, so $18 divided by 2. 18 total shields divided by 2 shields per knight equals 9 knights. Okay, a spy peeks into the stable and counts 28 horse legs. How many horses are in the stable? Well, if we're going by a regular horse and assuming that nothing unfortunate happened to any of those horses, each horse should have 4 legs. Okay, let's see. So, they said there were 28 legs, horse legs specifically. 28 is the number to start. And by all rights, each one of those horses should have 4 legs. All right, leg 1, 2, 3, 4. 28 minus 4 is 24. Legs 1, 2, 3, 4. 24 minus 4 is 20. Legs 1, 2, 3, 4. 20 minus 4 is 16. Legs 16 minus 4 is 12. Legs 1, 2, 3, 4. 12 minus 4 is 8. legs 4. 8 minus 4 is 4. And the next step is 0. That means we don't have to do anymore because there's no horse that has no legs, hopefully. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, that sounds great. You have 28 legs at first, and each horse has 4 legs. You'll have 7 horses. Let's write that down. An equation. All right. 28 equals 4. Divide by 4 equals 7 horses. And we did it. We finished your last sticker, and that is all for 3A. 3A is complete. I can go ahead and get this guy on. And then I could continue on to level 4B. Or level 4A. Questions. Questions. Fork in the road time. I think I'll just keep going vanilla and just sticking with A first. So we're going to do level 4A next. That's going to start on page 58. But first, let me get my stickers. And then probably powder my notes. That sounds like a good idea. Okay. What time is it? I think we can get a little start in 4A before I try and take a nap. Okay, so let's get that. Stickers. Best 2 stickers. Then again, now I'm sounding kind of appealing. Ooh, it's already 10:32. All right. We got that sticker. Got to put it on. All right, here we go. Last activity sticker for 3A. Putting it on nice. Here it is, which means I've completed all of the activities for 3A. So I'm going to get to complete this. Let me get that sticker. All right, there's the sticker I'm looking for. Look at that. All right, let's put that guy on. Not there, silly. Let's put it on here. Level 3A is complete. A. Okay, we did it. Woo-woo. All right, so we're just going to continue on to 4A. But technically, how would that work? I could go straight to 4A, or how does that work? So I could go straight to 4A, or walk on over to 4B. Okay, I'm seeing that. Okay, so either I take the direct path to 4A or I walk on down to 4B. Yeah, okay. Well, I think I'm just, like I said, going to keep vanilla. Going to go ahead and do 4A. That starts on page 58. YouTube has a sense of humor. Every time I try to flip that camera, there's a chance the stream will break. Funny. All right. So 58. Starting off 3B. No, 4A. That's the idea. Okay. Ooh, that's fun. Ooh. Okay. I'm gonna do this in case I need it later. Also, I'm gonna go take a breather. Okay, next up. Carnival. Fun. You could just say carnival. I'm not sure. We'll see. All right. This is ELA. This is sentence structures. Start level 4A here. Yep, that's what we're doing. This says carnival. Read each sentence, then write whether it is a simple, compound, or complex sentence. Brain box. A simple sentence has only one independent clause. A compound sentence has at least two independent clauses. A complex sentence contains an independent clause and a compound clause. A complex sentence contains an independent clause and one or more subordinate clauses. And it says in the parentheses, a clause that is dependent on a main clause. Also, it says a coordinating conjunction like and, for, or but is placed between parts of a sentence that have equal weight. A subordinating conjunction like because, before, or when introduces a subordinate clause. So again, the directions say read each sentence, then write whether it is a simple, compound, or complex sentence. So it's great to look for some of those keywords they brought up. And, for, but, because, before, when, etc. So I would say look for ands, fors, and buts. Let's see. This is an and. This is a but. And. Oh, that's not an and. It is an although. So I'm going to underline that. That gives me a pause. Okay. That was a good assessment of everything. Let's go ahead and answer these. So, Brazil's carnival in Rio de Janeiro is the biggest carnival in the world. That is very much a simple sentence. There's no ands, buts, because, none of it. Just a nice, simple, good, well-informed, succinct kind of sentence. That is definitely a simple sentence. Okay, next. Just before the season of Lent each year, Carnival is celebrated. So that's not simple. Is it compound or complex? I'd say compound, but is there anything I can use to justify that? Before. So this says a complex sentence contains an independent clause and one or more subordinate clauses. A clause that's dependent on a main clause. And before is a marker word for something being subordinate. Therefore, that means we're dealing with a complex sentence. Complex. Next up. Although the exact origin of Carnival is unknown, it possibly began in ancient Rome and then spread around the world. We're back to that tricky word, although. It's not simple. Also, it says if it's equal weight, it would be having a coordinating conjunction, which is and, for, or but. So the question is although more like a but or more like a because, a before, or a when? I feel like although is more like a but. Just like it would, however. I think those are all in the same kind of category. So I'm going to lean toward compound. Okay, there is a key. I'll be glad to check my answer on that one. And Rio de Janeiro, 2 million people a day fill the streets. And everyone celebrates. Again, there's an and, which means it has a coordinating conjunction. And that means they're on equal level. And since they're on equal level, that means we're dealing with a compound sentence because there's no subordination going on. That is what happens in a complex sentence. Okay, people wear wild costumes in street parades, and they also dress up to go to fancy balls. Seems like another compound. Could be wrong. Seems like though. Because of and again. Okay. Definitely going to have to check the key for this one. And then, but no matter where they are, everybody dances. Fun. I like that. That's fun. Okay, so another but. So another coordinating conjunction. So this is likely, yet again, a compound sentence. Let's see. Let's check that key. We're looking for page 58. Okay. Hold my page. We're looking at the key. Where's that key at? Oof. All right. Where's that key? Where's that key? Okay, here. Answer key. Looking for page 58. Oh, it is. All right. There was some stuff I got mixed up. Good thing I'm refreshing this. So that's for sure simple, and that was for sure complex. But the third one and the last one are also complex. Interesting. All right, let's think about that a little more. So again, the second one I got as complex. The third one I didn't realize was complex, and the last one I also didn't realize was complex. So let's try to reason through why it's complex. Okay. So this is actually complex. This is actually complex. Why? Let's think about it. Let's think about that. Okay. So we're looking at the third sentence. The third sentence goes, although the exact origin of carnival is unknown, comma, it possibly began in ancient Rome and then spread around the world. The reason why I was thinking it was compound is because I was looking at the although, and I was thinking it held the same kind of heavy lifting as a but did. And a but is something that I thought, but apparently not necessarily, because later on the last thing is also a but, and that also is considered complex. So perhaps I need to be a little more clear about what the brain box is telling me. Okay, brain box. A simple sentence has only one independent clause. A compound sentence has at least two independent clauses. A complex sentence contains an independent clause and one or more subordinate clauses. A clause that is dependent on the main clause. So maybe we should think in terms of dependency. So when looking at the following, although the exact origin of carnival is unknown, comma, it, no, what? This is what we were worried about. We were just, this is exactly what we were worried about. So Malcolm Jamal Warner passed away on, I don't even, can't keep this straight anymore. Okay. Monday, I think. And then Ozzy Osbourne on Tuesday. And then someone was saying how death comes in threes sometimes. Really? Hulk Hogan too? I swear, this is just a bunch of my childhood just getting uprooted all of a sudden between my life as a child. What? Chuck Mangione? Oh, double dipping. We have a quad going on at least. Oh no. No, it's, oh my God, this is so crazy. Oh no, I believe you. That's just how it's been going. But let me just go run through what I was saying and I can add on now with this new information. So I was all about Malcolm Jamal Warner for the Cosby Show as a youth. And then later as a older youth, read Malcolm and Eddie. And then also in my adolescence time, I was all about the Osbournes for a bit. But I was also huge into King of the Hill. And one of the things that was cool about King of the Hill, I don't know what they're doing now, but like back then, during their 11 episode run, is one of the features they had as a recurring character was Chuck Mangione. So it's like, what is going on? This is so crazy. Like when it was Carrie Fisher, although I had mad respect for Carrie Fisher and her work in Star Wars, that wasn't really my era. So there's always some level of outsideness to it because that wasn't really my era. That was the time before me. And although the Disney movies came out and it was kind of like the time after me, yeah, that's kind of how that worked. It was like with Star Wars, it was both the time before my time and after my time. By the time the new Star Wars movies came out, I was already a grown adult and I didn't really have the nostalgia factor in play. But when it comes to Malcolm Jamal Warner and Ozzy Osbourne and Hulk Hogan, who I forgot to mention, yes, I was definitely into Hulk Hogan as a little girl. Um, and Chuck Mangione, it's like, what is going on? Why is this happening? Like so rapid fire like this? Wow. Thanks for the information, DJ Charlie. Yeah. Well, that's such a bummer. I just don't even. I'm just glad I'm at home like right now and I have a chance to like get a nap in before I have to go and move on to like other parts of my day because this is a tough year. Gee whiz. DJ Charlie said, "Yes, ma'am." Oof. I just don't get it. Like, are you in the same kind of like general age group as I am, or are these also impactful deaths for a similar reason, if not the same? Because I just feel like that's a lot of my youth right there that is now deceased. Especially this summer. This summer's been kind of a hot mess with all the immigration, this and that. And then before that, worrying about back to school time because of tariffs, this and that. Like, okay. So I wasn't exactly expecting celebrity deaths to be a whirlwind of celebrity deaths, especially celebrities that I actually paid a lot of attention to in prime years of my life. Well, all right. I don't even know. Okay. Guess I gotta get back on this. So, the idea being, what's dependent then? Because they're saying by definition a complex has an independent and a dependent. So in this case, it which is carnival, so it's possibly began, which is similar to saying the origin. So I guess the argument could be made that this is a dependent clause, which makes that the independent clause, this part about the origin. So if that's the case, then it's reasonable to determine this as complex, which is what it does say in the case. So I'm just trying to reason why it's complex, and that seems likely. But just trying to look as for the word as an indicator, although it seems like you should be able to do that based on the brain box, it's not necessarily. You do have to delve a little deeper into it than that. So in this case, it's not enough just to look at the but. You'll end up wrong like I was. So then what is the actual thing? In this case, it looks like they, which was people. So they reached back to people and everybody reached back to they. So since this started off with they, them being the noun in the independent clause, then everybody, which again reached back to they, which technically reached to people, but since this is a new sentence, that doesn't really matter as much. But the fact is that since this clause reached back to something in that clause, that made that complex. Oh, boo. Okay. Pencil sticker. I just don't even have the words. To try and like the fact this is even summer, it already makes it like tough for me because this is usually the worst part of the year because this is when the money all dries up. Oh, we still got another to go. Okay, next up. I didn't need to flip. I need the light. My apologies. Read each sentence, then write whether the highlighted conjunction is coordinating or subordinating. Oh, okay. Sure. The classic carnival dance is a samba, so everybody does it. This is a subordinate because the it is the samba. Okay. Okay, but some sambas are more complicated than others. In this case, I would figure this seems to me very much like not just the but this time, but the fact they're comparing some sambas to other sambas. And they're not like putting any special emphasis on any samba compared to any other samba. So this seems like coordinating. I guess I was just a little confused on what I was reading. I didn't realize that that second part was for this and not necessarily for the other thing. Coordinating. Okay, people gather in groups before Carnival and prepare special sambas to perform. What? Okay, now I see rethink my reasoning. Okay, hold on. For the first part. A simple sentence, a complex sentence contains an independent clause and one or more subordinate clauses. Okay, so that's all I need to know is that there's just one clause going on. Okay, so people gather in groups before Carnival and prepare special sambas to perform. That is a coordinating. The streets are also filled with musicians because that would be here as subordinate. Because to dance, people need music. That's true. Okay, subordinating. The days of dancing all come to an end on Ash Wednesday, when Lent begins and when is considered to be in the group for subordinating. Okay, so they are saying then I feel like that's still coordinating. So is subordinating. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so let's check the key for that, page 59. Okay, here. Coordinating, subordinating, coordinating, subordinating, subordinating. Let's see. Coordinating. Hold on. Subordinating. No. Switch it. Oh. Okay. Subordinating, subordinating. I have those. Then coordinating, I have that. But then I gotta switch those two. Really? Seems like. Oh, hello, Midnight underscore Rains. Or Midnight underscore Rain. I'm doing okay. How are you? Just heard about Hulk Hogan and Chuck Mangione, and that's a bummer. I'm still not quite over Ozzy Osbourne and Malcolm Jamal Warner. Midnight underscore Rain said, good. That's awesome. Okay, so I have to figure out how I got those first two switched. The last three are fine. Okay, so what's going on with my reasoning? So how are you doing with your day so far? I know you're doing good and that's good, but like, are you having a busy kind of day or a pretty mellow kind of day? Okay, so it's coordinating and subordinating, but why? Why? That's always the question I like to know answers to, if at all possible. Okay. They literally say that but is coordinating, so I gotta wonder if that's a typo. Because they literally say that. Okay, but they also say equal weight. So let me do an equal weight test. I don't quite get what they mean by that. It's just like, just when I think I know what they're talking about, it's like, no, what are you talking about? They got me on this one. This is tricky. What are they talking about? What are you talking about? Something. Coordinating, subordinating. Coordinating, subordinating. What? The classic carnival dance is samba. Chord conjunction like and, for, or but is placed between parts of a speech of a sentence that have equal weight. A subordinating conjunction like because, before, or when enters subordinate clause. I don't get it. I really don't get it. I know what it says, but I don't understand. The classic carnival dance is a samba, so everybody does it. So the classic carnival dance is a samba. Everybody does samba. I guess I could kind of see, since they're both about samba, I guess I could kind of see that being corny. Sure, let's pretend. Okay, then what about the other one being subordinate? But some sambas are more complicated than others. I don't understand. Like, I understand that level of complication is, I think it's wrinkable. And I guess that's what makes it not equal. Hello, Blender. But Hello. When it introduces a subordinate clause, but I don't really see. I don't know. That's tricky. They got me there. Bye, Blender. Okay. So. Yeah, I don't know. I see it says it's subordinating, but I don't really know. So I'm going to put little question marks. I don't really know. That one's got me. Subordinating. Because it seems like going by their own logic, it should be the other way. At the very least, that the second one should be coordinating. But they're saying it's subordinating. So, I don't know. I don't have all the time ever. I do have things to do involving things that involve nap. I like naps. That would be a good idea. Okay, so we can go ahead and get a 4A sticker for ELA. Because technically we're done with ELA for that activity. Let's see. Alright, got my sticker sitting on the map. We're jumping on over to 4A. That's 4A complete, which means we are just not actually jumping, but just continuing where we are. Okay, makes sense. Okay, here we go. Alright, next up is page 1661. How much more we got going on in 4A? I feel like a lot. Oh, okay, like half of what it took. Nine. Okay. Oh, no wonder I was wondering why that seemed so dang long, because it was really long. Okay. 62. An island of one's own. Multiply length by width to find the area. Oh, that's nice, but we're not there yet. Oh. Okay. Not yet. Going in order. I don't like having gaps. Centaur cents. Okay. Money exchange. Oh, that's nice. So that's the map subtopic that's being covered. Money exchange. Upon completion, add the sticker to the path of your map. So this is actually a such as a subtopic, but technically there's math involved. Isn't that fun how they sneak those things together? Centaur cents, right? Why each good is not as easy to trade as money. Okay. Okay, great. 1 ton of bronze versus 20 coins. I assume that's the bronze versus coins. I mean, too heavy. 1 ton of bronze would be a lot heavier to carry around than 20 coins is the idea, I would say. Okay, let's try it. One ton of bronze would be a lot. more hard to transport. Than 20 coins. Okay. One ton of bronze would be a lot more hard to transport than 20 coins. Okay. A year of labor versus 20 coins. It would likely take less time to earn 20 coins than a year. It would likely take less than a year to earn 20 coins. It would likely take less than a year to earn 20 coins. A parcel of land versus 20 coins. Oh, care. 20 coins would not require as much maintenance as a parcel of land $20 coins would not require as much maintenance as a parcel of land. Produce versus 20 coins. Oh, that's easy. 20 coins would not spoil. Okay. 20 coins would not spoil. Okay. Bonus. If a centaur doll is equal to 10 plums, and each plum costs 9 cents, how much is a centaur doll worth in money? Okay. A centaur doll is to 10 plums. Each plum costs 9 cents. That would be 9 times 1 is for 1. 10 times 9, that's 90. So that'd be 90 cents. Great. 90 cents. That's just hanging out there. So I can get my social studies and my cool centaur sticker. Okay. I'm getting my stickers, putting them on my lap. Okay. Hold on, I could have gone back to 3B. What? How did that work out? It's a little late now, but I was trying to figure that out. Oh, I guess I could. Oh, anyway, I'll do that later. All right, so I'll get my... Where am I again? Oh, yeah. What? Hold on. All right. What? Oh, that must have been something I did earlier. Okay, 4A. Before I started live streaming. Okay. 4A. All right. What? Hold on. Am I just tripping? I mean, yes. What? Oh, I forgot to put in 2. That was supposed to be 2. Okay. Okay, I put in my 2 ELA stickers. Now I'm getting my social studies sticker. Oh, I remember now. My brain was such in a fog trying to deal with that subordinate clause thing. I kind of forgot to get my sticker for all that. Okay, let's get that social studies sticker, and then I can get the centaur. Okay. Okay, here's the social studies sticker. Put that on. And then get the Mr. Centaur. Or Miss Centaur. It looks like a Mr. though. They're not wearing a bra. Hard to say. But alright. Here's a Centaur. Let's put him on. That's what I think anyway. Alright, so we can put, we're doing 4A, and seems like a good place. So we got 2 ELAs and social studies and our centaur friend. Okay. Okay, so next up is gorilla jeans. Read about cross river gorillas. Okay. Science is inherent traits and variation. This is a subtopic. Upon completion, add the sticker to your path on the map. Brain box. An inherited trait is a trait that is passed down genetically from a parent or grandparent. Genetic variation describes the differences between members of a family or species. In case anyone is interested, this right here is Summer BrainQuest Workbook for adventurers between grades 3 and 4. It's a good opportunity to review some basics, I think. Or if you have someone in your life who might benefit from this, I'm just kind of giving an additional source. For the most part, I'm pretty good at this stuff, but sometimes I get curveballs. There are definitely details in the description. Okay, here we go. Gorilla genes. Members of the same species, like endangered cross-river gorillas, all share some features. For instance, cross-river gorillas have shorter skulls and smaller hands than other related species of gorillas. Those features are inherited, which means that they're passed down through genes from parent to child. But even though all cross-river gorillas share many features, they're not all identical. That's because of genetic variation. The individual features or combination of features that are unique to that one single gorilla. Genetic variations make each gorilla the only one like it in the world. Giovanni Gamer said, "Hi, Becky." Hi, Giovanni Gamer. Look at the gorilla parents and their children. Then write one trait each child inherited from a parent. Okay, so I'm seeing this is a moon, and that is a moon, and that is a big gorilla and a small gorilla. So that is definitely something that was inherited. Another way to term that is crescent. So in this box, I could say crescent. So this is saying name a trait you inherited and a genetic variation that makes you unique in your family. Oh, well, let's hold off on that idea. Let's go back to, okay. They definitely, this gorilla here, got a crescent. So we're just going to write the word crescent. C-R-E-S-C-E-N-T. You could have also said moon. That is a crescent moon. Okay. This gorilla here. Let's come back. This gorilla here has this lovely looking flower. They have the lovely looking flower. I'll just call it a flower. They said a parent. They didn't say that you have to specify which. Also, I technically don't know which is the mother and which is the father. But let's assume that this is a guy haircut. I don't know. $1 million question on that one. Oh, but whatever this is, that, what do I want to call that? Brown hair? What to call that? What to call that? Luscious locks? I don't know. What do we call that? Three spike? I don't know. But that's definitely something. I don't want to worry about whether or not who's the mother, who's the father. The point is a parent, a parent. So in this case, red hair. Let's just say red hair. I don't know what else to say. Red hair. Okay. Flower. And then we have so when talking about this child, we see there's bananas involved, but we don't see anyone else with bananas, so it couldn't be that. I don't see any ears, but both of the parents have ears, so they probably have ears. Let's see. I mean, I know the obvious thing. I just don't want to have to put the obvious thing I know. I'm trying to see if there's a better option. I guess not. Okay, we will just say light brown fur. Because I can't really tell a better thing to say than that. Okay. So then it's name a trait you inherited and a genetic variation. that makes you unique in your family. So, something I inherited. My eyes. And something that makes me unique. Considering I didn't know much about my mom, I don't know that. I don't have a great answer all the way for that. So I can only offer my best guess. So this is all opinion based anyway. So let me see. What seems to make me unique? Uh, hmm. STEAM education. That probably isn't genetics, but it could be. I just love STEAM education. I don't know anyone else, and from what I've heard about my mom, I don't know if she was all the way into STEAM. I think she was more arts uh person, which is no disrespect, but I like it all. I just like it. So as far as I know, that's the genetic variation. My love of STEAM education. Because genes also aren't just about physical traits, but have a lot to do with behavior too. Okay, so that being said, I did science. I can get my science sticker. So my sticker for 4A. Beautiful. My science sticker. All right. There's my science sticker. Put it on. Nice. Here's the map. Here's the map. Put it on the map. Next. I didn't quite hit the mark. Try that again. Okay. Next is math. Let's do some math. All right. Math. Woo-wee. Now we could talk about area. Nice. Here we go. Talking about area. Everybody's favorite. Here we go. An island of one's own. Multiply length by width to find the area. Subtopic area. Upon completion, add this sticker to your path on the map. Okay, apparently there's no new thing to learn about this. Fine. So, something miles times some other miles equals something squared miles. Looking at the blue, we're talking about 5 times 8. All right. 5 times 8. Oopsie. Do it again. Do it pretty. Pretty, pretty, pretty. Okay, that's better. That's more like 8. 5 times 8 equals 40 square miles. Okay. Okay, 9. Oh, hold on. Length times width. 8 times 5. Okay, then. Let's just go ahead and go with the order that they laid out. It doesn't change the numbers, thankfully. When you're in math, when you're doing anything that increases, then it doesn't matter your order. But it definitely matters if you're doing decreasing. Okay, 9 times 9, that doesn't matter which 9 I write first. Great. 9 times 9 equals 81. Okay. Okay, 8 times 4, which is length by width. 8 times 4 equals 32. 7 times 2 equals how many square miles? 14 square miles. All right. What could be the length and width of a small island that has an area of 27 square meters and a width no longer than 2 meters? 27. What? Width is no longer than 2? Are you kidding? What could be the length of an area, the length and width of of a small island that has an area of 27 square meters and a width no longer than 2 meters? That is a great question. What are you talking about? That doesn't make sense. 27. That would make no sense. Huh. 27. No longer than 2? I mean, oh. That's dumb. There's only one thing that works for that. I guess that's why I wasn't thinking of it. So, if you have something that is, okay, so 3 would be the one you would jump to, but that is greater than 2. So, 27 divided by 2, you're not going to get an integer. That's off the table. So, that means you got to go 1 less, which is 1. So, if you're dealing with 1, a width of 1. Hello, Purple Gamer 123. 32 won't work though. So the width is 1. Oh, were you talking about earlier? Okay, maybe. If you were talking about earlier, 32 was the answer. So the width is 1 meter. So that means the length would have to be 27 because it's the only way you're going to be able to. 14. Yes, you got it. Ding, ding, ding. You are so on it. 32 and then 14. Awesome. So yeah, so that's the only way. If you have to deal with a width that is less than 2, the only way, your only option is to have a small island that has a width of 1 meter and a length of 27 meters. It's a very strange island there. That is literally the only option. Okay. So put on the sticker. Okay, I'm finding the sticker, and then next up is going to be also ELA. Yeah, for sure, ELA. That's so cool, Purple Gamer 123. Thanks for participating. Okay, there's the math sticker. All right, put that on the map. Here we go. And that's done, and we're off to ELA activity. Okay, it's already ready. Okay, here we go. For real, draw a line to match each figurative statement with its literal meaning. Subtopic: literal and figurative language. Upon completion, add the sticker to your path on the map. Brain box: literal language uses words to communicate an exact and factual meaning. Figurative language uses symbolic words or exaggerations to express a new or different meaning. Alrighty, we gotta draw a line. If we write in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for all of the boxes on the left, and then write A, B, C, D, E for all the boxes on the right. That will help communicate. All right. The following: 1 says, the cook is a miracle worker. 2 says, we've been sailing out here forever. 3 says, if they put me on night watch again, I'm going to die of boredom. 4 says, the captain is a monster. 5 says, I was born a sailor. All right. A says, we've been at sea for a long time. B says, I always wanted to be a sailor. C says, I think the captain is mean. D says, I get bored on night watch. E says, the cook is talented. Oh, cook. 1, E. Draw a line. Okay. We've been sailing out here forever. We've been at sea for a long time. 2, A. Draw a line. If they put me on night watch again, I'm going to die of boredom. I get bored on night watch. They both have bored. Draw a line. 3, D. Three D. Next up, the captain is a monster, and I think the captain is mean. Draw a line. 4, C. Last up, I was born a sailor. I always wanted to be a sailor. Makes sense to me. 5, B. Draw a line. Whoops. All right. Ding, ding, ding. We did it. So we can add the ELA sticker to the map. Let me get that sticker. To the map, to the map, to the map. Okay, ELA sticker. Check. Put that on the map. EI sticker goes right there. The next activity is also ELA. Right. Let's go back to it. All right. Happy New Year. That's kind of early. Oh, fun. Okay. Happy New Year. Use proofreading marks to capitalize letters and add the missing commas, periods, apostrophes, and quotation marks. Ooh, I have a red pen. I hope it works. This is when I love using red pen time because I grew up with red pens are what you use for your editing, not just for your random time. Which one is red enough? I feel like they're the same red. I just so often don't use them that I didn't use them. Let's see how this one works. Okay. Upon completion, oh, we are talking about punctuation and capitalization. Upon completion, add the sticker to your path on the map. Nothing in the brain box. That's fun. Oh, that New Year. Huh? It's summer. What? Anyway. Lunar New Year celebrations happen every year starting on the night before the year ends. All right. So, capitalize that L. Yay. Oh, capitalize the N and the Y. Yay. Thank you. Powerful Gamer 123. You are on it. Okay, that's a little janky, but you can tell. You can tell. Okay. Okay. We have to end our sentence with something. Right now it's just hanging out and chilling. It doesn't seem very important. So we'll just add a period and we'll go ahead and use the editing symbol that they give us, which is a circle and the period inside. Anything else? So we capitalize the lunar, lunar, the in new, the Y in year, and added a period. Anything else? Or is that sentence good to go? Comma, maybe? Lunar New Year celebrations happen every year starting on the night before the year ends. Well, that's the beautiful, wonderful thing about having a key. We can check our work. So, if there was a comma involved, where would you put it? Oh, and also this is why you use erasable pens. Just in case we made an oopsie. Well, for now, I'll move on. After a year or every. Let's try after a year. Again, there is a key. We will definitely be consulting the key for this one. So the idea is you have to put a sort of triangle and then your comma in the triangle. That's my attempt. I could do better. I can do better. Oof. I'm so used to just putting in the comma. It's been a long time since I had to use grammar practice, but it's good to do. I wish I saw, like, I work at schools and they don't really do this. They should. I think it's great. Anyway, continuing on. Family members will clean each family's house to sweep away bad fortune. Well, capital F, because it's the start of a sentence. Closing out that sentence with a period. It's the most likely candidate. What else? There's one other thing. For sure. And again, this isn't talking about misspelling. It's just talking about capitalizing letters and using proofreading marks to add in punctuation. Yes, apostrophe. All right. Okay, so the apostrophe goes before the S in families. So you do the opposite of what you did for the comma. Okay, great. Next up, people greet each other by saying things like peace all year round. Oh, that's nice. We could use more of that. All right. They still didn't capitalize the first letter. And they still keep forgetting to close out their sentence. What else? Anything? I think there's one other thing. Technically, it's a set. What are they missing? Right, quotation marks. And I would gather that there should be a comma involved too. But does it make sense to put the comma in? People greet each other by saying things like peace. You would definitely put the word peace in quotation marks. I assume there's no need for a comma. I assume it's just quotation marks. So let's put that in. Okay, so that's similar to like what you did for the apostrophe, where you do upside down triangle type thing. Okay. So here's my attempt at, that looks funny. And then here's my attempt at doing the other side. And that was good to go. We can, again, we're going to consult the key later. So, On the first day of the celebration, fireworks are set off to chase away bad spirits. Okay, starting up with the capital, ending with a period. What else? All right, I think I've given ample time to try to make a response. On the first day of the celebration, fireworks are set off to chase away bad spirits. There could be a comma involved after celebration. Let's see. Let's pretend it is for now, and we can always make edits to our edits. Okay. Next up, the holiday is celebrated in many Asian countries and Asian communities all around the world. Well, as per usual, this needs to be capital letter to start the sentence, and we need to close it out, probably just with a period. There are other things that need some help. Any ideas? Capital for Asian? Yeah. So true. Not just for Asian countries, but also Asian communities. Okay, next up. The Lunar New Year's last celebration is the Lantern Festival. Capitalizing the start, ending with the period. What else? Capital for Lunar Anu. You're Anu. Yep, for sure. Because that is the name of the event. What else? And the name of event is a proper noun, so that's why it's capitalized. What else? Oh, yes, apostrophe. Yay. All right. For New Year's. Because it's a possessive noun. In this case, the noun having the possession is the Lunar New Year. And the thing that's being possessed is the last day. Okay. To celebrate, people, Light lanterns of all kinds, including some that float away on lakes or streams. All right. Capital T to start, period to end. What's that? I feel like there's one thing to still do. Okay, so I think that was no worries. At least my timing was going on. So the last thing I think is missing is a comma after the word kinds. To celebrate people, light lanterns of all kinds. Effectively, if you could put a period there and just throw away the rest of the sentence and still have a full sentence, that means you should put in a comma. That's my thinking. Let's see. Kinds has that triangle factor going on and then the little comma in. And let's go ahead and consult the key. This is right here. I think it's just handy to learn some basics or refresh some basics. This is the Summer BrainQuest workbook for adventurers between grades 3 and 4. Not necessarily that you have to actually be in 3rd or 4th grade to find this useful. Sometimes it's just nice to get a refresher. So there are details in the description for not only BrainQuest, by way of some links that I've provided in the description, but also for back to school and other kinds of recommendations that I have made on my Walmart Creator Store. So let's look at that key. Okay, we're looking at page, which one is that? This one. I can tell because it's got edits. All right, so yes, yes, and yes. Happen every year, comma. Beautiful, perfect. Period. That means yes. Fantastic. We knocked that out the park. Next up, family, capital F. Families with the apostrophe. Yes, yes. And then the period. That's called check. Next up, people greet each other by saying things like, here's the question. I was wondering if a comma was required, and I thought maybe not, and actually, yes. Oh, okay, hold on. Let's make that little edit. It's poops on that one. Okay. So yes, you are required to still include the comma before the quotation marks. Oh, I thought so. But then I was like, nah. But I was actually right the first time. That happens a lot. Okay, so in theory, you're sneaking that in before. Let's pretend that looks kind of before. But it kind of looks like right on, though. Let's make that a little less hard to see. Okay, like, squeeze in the triangle. Do that. Then squeeze in the other triangle. And do one of those. That's kind of better. All right, back to the key. Okay, next up is, so we almost had that perfect. My apologies, I blinked on the comma. My better self did not win in that instance. Next up, it says, yep, celebration, comma, fireworks, yep, and a period, yep. Then we have our yes, yes, and yes, and yes, so that's all good. Okay, the Lunar New Year's with the apostrophe, yep, yep. Whoops. This is also a proper noun. Right off my head. I did not realize that was the special name of a special thing. Okay then, silly me. That's called capital L for lantern and capital L for festival. I guess the tip-off was the fact it said the celebration is. I guess I should have realized. Oops. Okay, let's consult that key a little longer. It says the following. Period, gotcha. Last up on the page, it says to celebrate. Ooh, so many commas. Comma, comma, commas. We got that comma, but what I missed was the first comma. Oh no. Well, we'll fix that in a bit. But then the period. All right, let's get that last comma in. Then let's get that sticker. Okay, so again, to review, it's to celebrate. Then a comma. Yeah. Oh, I'm doing upside down time for some reason. Oh. Okay, so there's a comma after celebrate. Then the comma after including. I got one of them, but I should have got them both. It's not right unless it's right. Okay, sticker. ELA time is a check for that activity. Let's get a sticker. Purple Math, you are on it. And also thank you for participating. I'm sorry, not Purple Math. I'm thinking Purple Math, the website. Purple Gamer 123, you are on it. Thank you. Oh, gee. Purple Math is a fun website. I will say that. Khan County is definitely my fave, but Purple Map is a fun time. Okay. So, ELA sticker. Put it on the map. Time. We're in 4A. That's called, still back here, that's called right there. It's a little off. All right, that was tough. Gee, these are getting kind of tough. Like I said, it makes for a great review. Next up is another ELA. That was fun. All right, what's next? We'll see in a bit. I didn't expect to have the energy to be able to finish 3A and then do an entirely new thing, but here we are. That's not a bad thing. Okay, next up is Festival of Lights. Let's go. All right, Festival of Lights. Circle the correctly spelled word to complete each sentence. Taj Mahal, looking good. So the subtopic of this is spelling. Upon completion, add the sticker to your path on the map. Bonus. We'll think about that later. Let's get to the basics before we worry about the extra credit. Here we go. Hindus around the world enjoy Diwali. Is it A or B? Year. A or B? Super. That is so true. The festival celebrates the victory of light over darkness. A or B? Yes, it's B. Woo-woo. Families put on their best clothes or cloths. A or B? Yes, A. As much as it's fun to wear cloths, I feel like it's a lot easier to get around if you're wearing clothes. That or then they gather with their community for a feast. A or B? You know, some of this is not necessarily spelling, but more like usage. B. Yep. Around the world, people light lamps and candles on the roofs of their houses, outside their doors, and around temples. A or B? Yes, I think I'm seeing this correctly. That would make sense. Yes, roofs, A. All right. No, it's not B. Ruse is not a word. Not in English. Alexa, what are ruse?
Sorry, I didn't get that. The internet isn't reachable.
The internet's not reachable. Alexa can't help me. Either way, it's definitely ruse, boss. We can consult the key. We'll be glad to. We'll do that in a bit. The shining of light in the dark symbolizes the triumph of knowledge over ignorance and hope over despair. Oh, we need a lot of that this year. Whew. A or B? Are we saying B already? Okay, probably. I might have zoned out. Okay, that was definitely B. Okay. Bonus. Circle each correctly spelled word. Ancient Greeks didn't worship. A or B? Again, that's not really a spelling problem. It's more of a usage. Okay, awesome. There. God pan in the cities. C or D? D. Only in the countryside. E or F, or G? Yes, definitely G. Yo, because he was the god of the wild. All right. Now we can add that and that. So add the yellow sticker, but also this cool bonus sticker to the map. But before that, we'll consult the key. 65. Okay. Okay, page 65. On the key is here. And that is definitely ROOFS. Yep, that's the one. All right, we got ourselves the ELA sticker. And additionally, the bonus sticker. That's what it's called. Okay. So we're at 4A. So this and that. And then there's only one activity left. Let's start with this one. Time is not my friend. Yet again. Alexa, what time is it? I think she's just going to tell me the internet's...
I didn't get that. The internet isn't reachable.
Okay, Alexa. Feel your feelings. You're allowed. You're welcome. Thank you. Okay. I'm sorry, Alexa.
I'm sorry. I didn't get that. The internet isn't reachable.
You're so right. I'm sorry, Alexa. I need the internet for what I'm doing here. So, unfortunately, there's conflicts. Okay, there's that. Let me fix this. How do I keep missing this? I thought I got it right, but no. Oopsie. The little sticker got stuck. Okay. There. One last activity, then we're all done with 4A. Oof. I'm gonna have to go and take a little quickie nappy. Like the kind that involves sleeping, not the kind that involves or. Fantastic. That works great for me. Well, I plan on doing some more work through of this book before the end of my summer, which is coming up mid-August. So if you have more time in the future, do consider dropping in. I don't have really set schedule, and I do a lot of other things too. So if you're at all interested, please consider subscribing and ringing that bell. I make it very clear in the description what it is I'm doing with that particular live stream. Okay. I forgot a sticker, and then we're going to go ahead and do math, and then that's going to be a good place to put a pin on things. Because I didn't realize how late it was. Time just flies when I'm thinking about Steam. Okay, let's get our friend... I got so busy trying to fix that one sticker. I'm like, oh, right, bonus. There was a bonus. All right. Purple Gamer 123 said it. Okay, I'll subscribe. Awesome, thank you. That's very kind of you. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and put in our pan. Whoop, right on there in that spot. And we got one more activity to close out 4A with. Okay, and that is going to be a math activity. Woo! Okay, serpent trails. Fun. Upon completion, add this sticker to your Puzzle map. The math. This is math with the subtopic of perimeter. Ooh, we got some area time in, and now we're doing perimeter. Yo, Shakira said, hey Becky, I can't stay. I got chores, but I like to listen to music and want to say hi. Hope you have a good day. Awesome. Please enjoy your chores and your music listening, and I'll catch you later when you have time again. I hope you have a very productive chore time where everything gets accomplished that you wanted to. And if it doesn't, that you have a good plan for how to go next sesh that you do chore time. All right, you're curious, sad thumbs up and a wave. All right, bye-bye. Thank you. Brainbox. The perimeter is the distance around a figure. You can use any of these equations to find the perimeter of a rectangle, where P equals perimeter, L equals length, and W equals width. Capital P, okay? Capital P equals all the rest of lowercase l plus W plus L plus W, or capital P equals 2L plus 2W, or P equals 2 times the parentheses that has L plus W contained in it. All right. So, serpent trails, write an equation to find the perimeter of each shape, then calculate the perimeter. Okay. Right. I need to write. Here's something to write with. Here we go. P equals something feet. So write in the equation and then the answer. That's easy enough. So these are rectangles. So we have two with sides. So we can choose either of these that we want to. So you're so right, but that's half the battle. With math, you do have to show your work. It's not enough just to put the answer in. Okay, so one way to do it is to say 2 times 3 plus 2 times 4 and that's the same thing as saying equal 2 times 3 plus 4. Are you still holding by 12? Because it's not 12. It's close to 12. The reason I say that is because that's 2 times 7, which is the same thing as 2 times 3, which is 6, plus 2 times 4, which is 8. No. So if we were to just write this the other way and just strictly work on adding, wrote in that 3 feet there and wrote in that 4 feet here, it'd be 4 plus 4, which is 8, plus 3, which is 11, plus 3 more, which is 14. So in all three cases, you end up with 14 feet. Whether you're adding or you're doing the 2 times the length plus the 2 times the width, or you're doing 2 times the length plus the width. In all three cases, you still end up with 14. Okay, next up. This is 1, which means this is 1. This is 5, which means this is 5. So 2 times 5, it doesn't matter the order when you're increasing, but I'll write it in the order they give it as. In this case, 2 times 1, and that equals 2 times 5 plus 1. That's a distributive property, if I remember correctly, why you can just pull that out. And then that's going to equal all the same number, which is 5 plus 5. Yeah, that one's 12. 5 plus 5 plus 2. Yep, that's definitely 12. Ding, ding, ding. All right. Then we have this one. This is 8 plus 8 plus 8. There's just no easier way to do this. There is a way to do it differently, but there is not enough time in the day. In this case, your best way is to put your 8 feet plus 8 feet plus 8 feet. And then that equals, yes, 24. You could have also set, technically you could have also set 3 times 8. That would have been an easier way to do that too. And last up, it says a rectangle has long sides that are 5 feet long. Its perimeter is 14 feet. What is the length of the short sides? Okay, so it has a perimeter of 14. And what we know is the long sides are 5 feet, which means you have to subtract 5 times 2, which is 10. So 14 minus 10 is 4. So then how long are the short sides? Yeah, you would think, but it's not 4 though. What happens is a lot of people, they think this is the last step, but this isn't the last step. There's one step to do still. Exactly. Because they want to know sides. In this case, there's 2 sides. And since there's 2 sides, then you have to say 4 divided by 2 to get the correct answer, which is how long are the short sides. Each long side is 2 feet. And then that's the answer. And just to verify, we can consult the key. Very handy feature. Everything about this book is very put together very nicely. It's appealing, it's colorful, it's engaging, it has game dynamics, which I love. It has awards and cool things to look at and learn about, and it's very summary themed so far, I've been seeing. And I like it. Yeah. Okay, so let's get the key. Okay, there's the key again. And we're looking, and we're looking, and we're looking, And we're looking. And where is that again? Oh, what? No. Okay, hold on. Okay, there's that. And then we were talking about 2. So, 44, 12. What? Sorry, 66. 14, 12, 2. Was there some other thing we were missing? No, I think that's all. Okay, let me just check. Was it 3 things? 1, 2, 3. Well, I'm to 24. Hold on. I thought so. Something was fishy. What? Did I say 24 and then just forget I said 20? I do that. Hold on. I'm good at forgetting things. It's kind of thing. Okay, here we go. Yes, that did say 24. Oh, okay. So it's all there. 14, 12, 24, 2. All is a big old check. That means congratulations. We got our sticker for completing the math and also our sticker for completing 4A. Let's put those guys on and then we're going to wrap up the stream because I kind of feel like a nap still. Because I got some driving to do and I want to make sure, and traffic to deal with, and I want to make sure I am on my P's and Q's. Okay. Woo-wee. Get that math sticker. Get it. Gosh. Okay. Gonna take a while. There we go. Got it. Okay, let's get it on there. Nice. And we gotta come back for our completion sticker. All right, here is this. Put that guy on. Get on. Nice. I'm trying to peel things off because I'm not paying attention. Oh. Okay, that's called on. And completion sticker. Woo, let's do that. So yeah, on my Walmart Career Storefront, I do have all of the, well, I think they're available currently. Summer BrainQuest workbooks. Those include pre-K through K, K through 1, 1 through 2, 2 through 3. Well, they say and, because the idea is they're transitional. So, let me back up. Pre-K into kindergarten, kindergarten into first, first into second, second into third, third into fourth, which is this one, fourth into fifth, and fifth into sixth. Okay, let's get that completion sticker. There we go. Yeah. Get over here, you little kitty. Okay. And let's put that nice. We started off not too long ago. We cleared out. We got to our split. We did our 3A. We finished that up today. And we just go through a whole of 4A. Let's go. That is called yays. Big yays on that. So, it is a thing where you can come back later. There's the backtracking they even have in there. And clear out things that you skipped earlier. I'll eventually get my way to the full board. Oh, okay. There's still plenty of map left till finish. So, the goal is probably, if time allows, get some more learning time in tomorrow. That'd be nice. As far as what time, I don't know. Also, I have to decide if I want to do summer BrainQuest workbook time or computer science time, or both somehow. That's cool. I'm not sure. Either way, I'm going to go ahead and close out the chat for anyone who's interested in chatting before I close on the stream. 5 minutes on the clock. 5 minutes and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, starting now. And Purple Gamer 123, thank you so much. Oh yay. It's fun actually having you here, actually interested in doing the activity with me. Otherwise I'm just talking to myself with dramatic pauses. Fun. Thank you for that. Alright, let's tidy up. Put away my friction. I didn't realize, but I was adding them to my Walmart Creator Store, and I'm like, oh, these are by Pilot. Oh, no wonder I like them. But yeah, erasable pens, these come in handy. It used to be, even when I did writing stuff, I used to just stick with pencils because my brain just does interesting things, and it's nice to have the ability to erase. And now with these guys, you can be colorful. Not all these are working because I used them during grad school, but be colorful and erasable, especially if you kind of need this kind of thing where things are like really colorful and nice, so it keeps your brain engaged. It comes in handy when you can do that to your notes too. Whether you're doing outside the book notes or writing in your books, I would not recommend that for people who don't own the books, of course. But when you get to college level and you start owning the books, and you're not worried about resale value, comes in handy. Comes in handy. Okay, so I'm closing out. Oh, yes. Purple Gamer 123 said I have blue erasable pens. Yeah, those are nice. You're probably maybe talking about the Paper Mates, which I also like. They come in red and blue and black, and sometimes you can get them as a set. But what I like about these, in addition to those, not either or, but in addition to those, is when you're dealing with these, you have various grades of colors. So you got, let's see if I can put some light on this, make it a little more clear. So again, these are all red because that's when I tend to not to use, because I was always taught you use red when you're trying to do editing. But notice there's like 4 different versions of blue. And I probably had like more versions of green, but I'm good at misplacing things. And also some of this I might have thrown out back when it was running out when I was in the middle of doing grad school. So it's just kind of a way to add to your paper make. Hi, I didn't get done yet. Just YouTube likes to, I try and flick the camera and YouTube goes, ha ha, and closes the app down. Fun times. Yeah, these are actually, I was looking at it. One of these is actually a little different than the other. I think one's like a burnt orange. Anyway, Paper Mates, I love. Frictions, I've been enjoying since grad school. Paper Mates, I love since I was a little girl. But either way, erasable pens are handy. Okay, nice. I was worried that I wasn't going to get enough time in with summer BrainQuest workbook, but hey, we got a lot done. I actually just managed to do over 4 hours. Amazing. Not sure how I'm in the mood for that, but I guess it was nice. And it definitely helped that Purple Gamer 123 had some time to participate in the activity. Yay. Kind of feels like work almost. And I mean in a good way right now, because I'm out of work right now. So I'm kind of like, oh, Oh, I like helping. I like teaching. I like helping. I like trying to teach it. Oh, there's nobody. It's summer. Oh, so hey, fun. All right. On that note, that is called time. I'm gonna start closing out the stream so I can try catching out before I have to go drivey time. Thank you, Purple Gamer 123. Thank you, Sure Curious. Thank you, Nightbot. Thank you, Giovanni Gamer. Thank you, Blender. Thank you, Midnight_Rain. Thank you, DJ Charlie. Purple Gamer 123 said bye. Awesome. Bye, Purple Gamer 123. I hope to see you later in a future stream. Thank you, Vaughn and Sherko. Although you seemed very tearful that I was having some learning time. I'm not sure why, but hopefully you're feeling better. Thank you at Sanjana. Thank you, Kanji Khan. Thank you to anyone who I may have missed. And thank you for anyone who might check this out in the future. Stranger things have happened. And whenever, wherever, however, whatever, just make the most of it. That's the most important part. Bye-bye.